daripada awal. Tapi that one is Syara dia tak ada apa pun. Syara daripada situ. Syara nak kena action ni atas tu. Banyaklah Syam punya.
Okay.
Dah. Okay. Later I tell you. Oh, dia punya light. Okay, boleh saya? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, may I kindly invite everyone to take your seat. Untuk memastikan sesi kita pada petang ini berjalan dengan lancar, mohon kerjasama para hadirin untuk menetapkan telefon bimbit kepada mod senyap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon to our distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, panelists and everyone joining us today. Welcome to Day 2 of National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. It is wonderful to see all of you here. I hope you are ready for another exciting afternoon for fresh idea, engaging conversation and exciting possibilities. With the theme Science for Life, Biotechnology, Health and National Resilience, we are going to take the theme a little further because science doesn't end in the lab. It's about what happened next, how we do turn discoveries into opportunities, and how we do transform biotechnology into real-world impact. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? And before we begin, just a quick note for our audience, the Q&A QR code will be displayed on the screen. Please scan the code and submit your question and we'll address them during the Q&A segment later. Tak ada? Oh yes. Okay. Tak ada Okay, tak ada. Saya nak kena bawa naik atas. Kalau tak nanti saya lupa. Tada. Tak apa. Yes, sir. Okay. To kick off our afternoon program, we are honored to have with us a distinguished speaker with extensive experience in innovation, entrepreneurship and technology commercialization. Our keynote speaker, Mr. David Ai, Chairman, Accelerator Expert Advisory Committee, University of Macau, China. He has more than 30 years of experience in law, innovation management and venture investment. He has also led innovation office. Betul. He had also led innovation offices at well-known institutions, including the London School of Economics and the University of Hawaii System. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it is my pleasure to invite Mr. David Ai to deliver his keynote address entitled Building a Resilient Nation, the Strategic Role of Science, Health and Biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. David Ai. Oh, tak ada Q&A. Thank you, Mr. David Ai, for that insightful keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again give a warm round of applause to our keynote speaker. Ding, 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 ding. Before we move for next session, we will also love to hear from you. Please take a moment to scan the QR code display on the screen and share your feedback with us. We truly value your feedback, and it will help us make nice and even better experience for everyone. Even better. Sorry. Okay. Dah Yang ni nak pause berapa lama? Sekejap je kan? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the moment going as we move to our next session. We just explore the bigger picture, how science, health and biotechnology can help build a more resilient nation. Now, let's turn our attention to a topic that gaining momentum around the world, longevity. For new scientific discoveries and emerging technologies to innovative products, service and market, how can we turn the growing demand for longevity into real economic opportunity? To take us beyond the lab and into the world of business, investment and opportunity, we have a very interesting fireside chat lineup for you. Leading this conversation, Associate Professor Dr. Tai Gi Jun, Director of Institute of Biotechnology Malaysia. He is an immunology expert with a focus on immunotherapeutics and vaccine development. Joining him is Puan Hazami Habib, Fellow Academy Science Malaysia. She had dedicated nearly 30 years to the Academy Science Malaysia, heavily influencing science, technology, innovation and economy policies. Her major accomplishment was... Saya rasa tak payah. Tak payah kan? Sebab dia dah naik dah waktu ni. Okay, ni pun tak payah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Tai Gi Jun and Puan Hazami with the topic Beyond the Lab, turning longevity science into economic opportunity. For those who may have questions arising from the discussion, you may submit them at any time by scanning the QR code display on the screen. Over to you, Dr. Gi Jun. Dr. Gi Jun. Dr. Tai Gi Jun. Okay. So, settle. Clap. Okay. I tetap akan cakap. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tai Gi Jun and Puan Hazami. Please remain on stage to receive the token of appreciation. We are pleased to invite representative XYZ to present a memento of appreciation to our moderator and speaker. we would like to invite Puan Hazami, follow. We would like to invite Puan Hazami, followed by Prof. Dr. Gi. I tak sebut Prof daripada awal kan. So Dr. Jo. Okay, sorry. We will now like to invite Puan Hazami, followed by Dr. Gi Jun to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you the VIP for... Tak apa. Okay. Thank you Puan Hazami and Dr. Gijun for that insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Before we continue, we really appreciate hearing from you. Scan the QR code on the screen and share your feedback with us. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take the next step from discovery to impact. We often celebrate when scientific breakthrough is achieved, but the real challenge begins after that. How do we turn scientific advance into solution and can be How do we turn scientific advance into solution that can be developed, adopted, commercialized, and ultimately make a difference in the real world? Let's explore the journey together in our next panel discussion, From Discovery to Impact, Translating Biotechnology into Real-World Solution. I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Muhammad Anwar Jonet, the Principal Scientist at National Institute of Biotechnology, Malaysia. He is a biotechnology expert specializing in genetic engineering, recombinant protein products. Joining him on the panel are Dr. Raviga Devi, Fellow Academy Science Malaysia. She is the first and only Malaysian elected a Fellow of the Royal Society and leading the team that sequenced the world's first publicly available palm oil genome. Next, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Devi I back with us, this time as one of our panelists, and Dr. Jerome Kim, the Director General, International Vaccine Institute, Republic Korea. He served as the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute and was awarded the Medal of Honor for Civic Merit by the Republic of Korea. As we prepare to begin the session, we invited our audience to take a moment to scan the QR code display on the screen. You may submit
We thought that he's going. I didn't see that. I forgot lah. He was usually we take the Q&A at the fireside chat because same guy goes in. But he's actually at the next panel. You want him to take Q&A here? What do you think? Any questions?
What say you?
I mean, he is excited for the panel to have some questions.
Okay. So this topic, other linkage, in your opinion, this one. Do you think some of the questions here can be flown through here?
Boleh.
So that means during here we can say that you can ask questions here at the panel session for David as well.
Boleh.
So you sell it here. We'll take questions during David I's panel session later. So
Sekejap,
saying
I
what's
tengok
that
ni.
bigger?
Boleh.
So we maintain the Q&A only at
Okay, can. Tadi dah you may submit your question and we'll bring them into discussion during the Q&A. Okay. As we prepare to begin the session, we invite our audience to take a moment to scan the QR code displayed on the screen. You may submit your question and we'll bring them into the discussion during the Q&A session. Over to you, Dr. Anwar. Sekarang Dr. Anwar. Okay. May I invite our moderator and speaker to stay on stage for the Momento presentation. Momento presentation to receive. We are pleased to invite a representative from XYZ to present the Memento of Appreciation to our moderator and speaker. To present token je. Guna token eh. Okay. Okay. To begin, I may invite Mr. David I. Lepas tu Dr. Raviga Devi, Dr. Jerome and Dr. Muhammad Anwar join it. Thank you to our esteemed moderator and panelists. We hope you enjoyed the session so far. Jerome. Tadi saya sebut Jerome ke? Is it? Oh, okay. Jerome. Baiklah. Jerome. Dengan J. Okay, baiklah. Jerome. Okay. Thank you to our esteemed moderator and panelists. We hope you enjoyed the session so far. Before we move to our next segment, ladies and gentlemen, your feedback matters to us. Simply scan the QR code on screen and share your thought with us. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Biotechnology has the power to create solutions, drive innovation, and open new economic opportunities. But how can we take this even further and harness biotechnology to build a stronger, more sustainable, and resilient nation? Let us go to the final panel discussion with the title Building National Resilience, Harnessing Biotechnology for a Sustainable Future. For this session, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Ong Chung Hoon, Ecosystem Manager Meranti, with over 15 years of experience in sustainable biotechnology, halal vaccine production and technology commercialization in health and food security. Joining the discussion, Mr. Gilbert Lau Se Kung, Research Officer and Chief Digital Officer, Sarawak Biodiversity Centre. He has over 20 years of experience in biodiversity research, bioinformatics and ICT infrastructure, contributing to significant projects involving blockchain, traceability, and machine learning. Next, Ms. Sarani Vengadesan, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Orvis Policy Consulting. She specialized in biotechnology governance and food security and played a key role in Malaysia International Cultivated Meat Feasible Study. And lastly, Ms. Nur Shazrina Ishaq, Chief Executive Officer, BioAngle Vet Syndrome Berhad. As the CEO of BioAngle Vet Syndrome Berhad, she won the APAC Best Award 2025 Grand Prix of her contribution to biotechnology commercialization. Once again, for the benefit of our audience, QR code is available on screen. We encourage you to scan the code and submit your question before or during the session. Mr. Ong, the floor is yours. Okay. As a token of appreciation, token of appreciation. As a token of appreciation for the insight this afternoon, we are pleased to invite Mr. SYZ to present the token. Kejap saya tukar dulu. Okay. As a token of appreciation for the insight this afternoon, we are pleased to invite representative from SYZ to present a token of appreciation to our moderator and speaker. To begin, we begin with. Kenapa? Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. We begin with Mr. Gilbert Lau Sekong, followed by Miss Harani, Miss Nor Shazrina, and Mr. Ong Ching Kun. Ong Ching Kun apa? Aduh. Mr. Ong. And Mr. Ong Chung Hoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in giving a warm round of applause to the distinguished speakers. Before we wrap, we appreciate if you could take a moment to share your feedback through the QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of day 2 afternoon program. Don't forget that we still have one more day of exciting session tomorrow. Tomorrow's session will focus on scaling Malaysia innovation to the world. In other words, memacu Indomanusia Malaysia ke dunia. It is about market outcome, adoption, cross-border investment, and building Malaysian champion capable of competing on the global stage. We hope that you'll join us again tomorrow. For more information and full program, please visit the NICE website at nice.mosti.gov.my. My name is Hidayah, and this is my pleasure being the host this afternoon. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of NICE 2026. Kejap, nak kena confirm.
Work out during event. Back to voting. First one. I think she just practice.
You want to practice without the screen?
I just
Tak payah lah.
I just go grab.
Can. Go ahead. Just practice without the screen. Memang akan Dr. Ho Authentic Update.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang semua. Kepada semua peserta yang menghadirkan diri dan berada di dalam dewan, anda diminta untuk memenuhkan tempat di hadapan. Kita penuhkan dulu tempat dekat di hadapan terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, majlis akan bermula sebentar lagi. Diminta untuk semua tetamu yang hadir di dalam dewan untuk memenuhkan dahulu tempat di hadapan. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, may I kindly invite everyone to take your seat. This event might be started in 5 minutes. We will start the session in 5 minutes. Really appreciate if everyone can take your seat. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, may I kindly invite everyone to take your seat. Untuk memastikan sesi kita pada petang ini berjalan dengan lancar, mohon kerjasama para hadirin untuk meletakkan telefon bimbit anda dalam mod senyap. Kita akan bermula sebentar lagi. Mohon untuk semua peserta yang telah berada di dalam dewan untuk memenuhkan dahulu ruangan di hadapan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon to all our distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, panelists and everyone joining us today. Welcome to Day 2 of National Innovation and Commercialization Expo NICE 2026. It is wonderful to see all of you here. I hope you're ready for another exciting afternoon of fresh idea, engaging conversation and exciting possibilities. With the theme Science for Life, Bioeconomy, Health and National Resilience, we're going to take the theme a little further because science doesn't end in lab. It's about what happened next, how we turn discoveries into opportunities, how we transform biotechnology into real-world impact, and how can innovation shape a stronger, healthier, and more resilient future. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I can hear you. Are you ready? Okay. To kick off our afternoon program, we are honored to have with us a distinguished speaker with extensive experience in innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology commercialization. Our keynote speaker is Mr. David Ai, Chairman, Accelerator Expert Advisory Committee, University of Macau, China. He has more than 30 years of experience in law, innovation management, and venture investment. He has also led innovation office at well-known institutions, including the London School of Economics and the University of Hawaii System. Ladies and gentlemen, and now, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. David Ai to deliver his keynote address entitled Building a Resilient Nation, the Strategic Role of Science, Health and Biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. David Ai. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session. I'm David Ai, the first speaker of the afternoon. Hopefully, you had enough food in your stomach and you feel very good about yourself, but not so good that you will fall asleep. So let's start this afternoon's presentation. First, I'll spend 1 minute just to introduce myself. I went to Silicon Valley to study and to live, and where I spent more than 30 years. And first, I was in the industry, being a senior executive for large companies, including Varian, which is a large medical device industry leader and publicly listed on New York Stock Exchange. I was their global vice president. And then I did several startups on my own. And then I switched sides to become a venture capital investor, most of the time working for Hitachi, the largest Japanese high-tech company. And finally, in the middle of 2000, I switched sides to start helping my alma mater, Stanford University, to manage their technology transfer, and where I spent 6 years before switching to City University of Hong Kong, doing similar things. And then I went on to University of Hawaii. And finally, I went to London School of Economics, managing their innovation office. So over the last 15 years, I was really on the university side, on the provider side. But before that, I spent 25 years on the consuming side, on the buyer side of technology transfer. So what I'm about to talk about today is to build a resilient nation in AI's era. So what does that really mean? Let's think about this. My main points, only 4 main points. One is that in AI's era, in today's age, the situation has changed dramatically. The bar, the competition has gone up quite a bit. So what that means is that we all need to start adjusting to this new world of AI. And specifically, what does it mean to be resilient? That means we need to have new skills. The old knowledge will not be enough, not for us, and certainly not for our next generation. And then I will go into what kind of skills are necessary. Once you have the knowledge, you need to also acquire additional skills. And also, because of the new AI era, bringing unpredictable challenges. Look at today's world. Who can tell me how AI is really going to change the world 10 years from now? I don't think that any of us really know the answer to that question. So we need to prepare our next generation to offer them skills that can be adaptable, that can be moved from one challenge to the next challenge. That is a third point. How do we actually break the current, I would say, the 3 most important myths or misunderstanding about innovation and entrepreneurship so that our next generation young people can be properly equipped? And finally, how do we build a skill set and as well as self-awareness to allow them to move from one challenge to the next? So let's begin. First, let's talk about how the world has changed. Well, in the old days, what we have taught our children in schools, it was always the same, especially for someone from Asia. I was born and raised in Taiwan, and I remember the classroom from elementary school through high school. It was the same thing. Every class, about, in my case, 50 to 55 children, packed. And when teachers spoke, we would not speak. We will not ask questions. We will only take notes, okay? And we will never, ever challenge the teacher. So basically, teaching was a one-way communication from the teacher into our heads. So we will actually learn whatever that they wanted our little brains to hold. and we memorize a lot of things. Would that be the same today? Would that be the same 10 years from now? Absolutely not, okay? So the question is this: employers are more and more tired of receiving graduates from universities that they feel are not prepared to take on the challenges in the real world, that they have to spend a lot of resources training or even retraining the young graduates. And we can't blame them, because in today's world, it really doesn't matter how much knowledge, how much static and fixed knowledge that one young brain can hold, because you cannot compete and win against any AI or any robot. They always know a lot more. They know broader knowledge. They also know deeper knowledge than any human being at this point. So it really makes no sense for us to only focus on static and fixed body of knowledge. So what employers have demanded is exactly what we need to give them. We need to equip new generation of students the necessary skills to solve problems. These are active knowledge, the knowledge that they can actually use to transform the world as we see it. Okay, not just static knowledge, not just knowledge you can use to test them to see how much they have memorized things. So if you look at some of the trends, and here I put up the Khan's Academy, which is a very famous online tutoring or online school almost. They just announced 2 months ago or 3 months ago that starting next year, they will have a new undergraduate degree program completely online, so anybody can take this program anywhere, and it will cost less than 10,000 US dollars. And they will actually give you tests based on how much you can pass on the skill-based test, not knowledge-based test. In other words, these are active things they will ask you to do in order to prove that you have truly mastered the knowledge, but not in the static sense, but in the true application sense. And that's trying to answer the demand of a lot of current employers. And certainly in Silicon Valley, we are already seeing that a lot of young people are responding to this kind of a trend. They may or may not have the best degree. Some of them do not have a university degree, but some of the largest companies, including people like Tesla, people like Google, they would allow candidates with no college degree to come in and literally take tests, because the tests will be about coding, about problem solving, and they wanted to see what things you can do for us from day one, not how much you can perform on some kind of a standard test. And look at Nobel Prize. Over the last few years, you will see the clear trend towards multidisciplinary, so people cross fields, and also more and more towards AI. 2024, both chemistry and physics Nobel prizes went to people innovating in AI. And you can say that, well, that's great. That's, Nobel Prize. That's something that happens in, I don't know, Stockholm, Sweden, has very little to do what we do here in Malaysia every single day. But let's be real. Let's look at some of these challenges. The first one, income inequality is real in Malaysia, and you can see the data is right there. And the second thing is that just like everybody else, Malaysian-based employers are also complaining that university graduates are not bringing in the kind of skills that we need. And therefore, there is this phenomenon that university degrees don't seem to hold the same value as before. So more than 40 years ago, their salary was about 1,300 per month. And that will be about today's value after inflation of 42 years, about 7,000. But the current median salary for university graduate is much less than that. So we are seeing, and by the way, this is not unique to Malaysia. This is in the whole world. Okay, the more and more the university graduates are facing this reality that their standard of living may not exceed the standard of living of their parents' generation. And this is the same problem, okay? So we need to really have a major rediscovering, rethinking. In the AI era, these problems can only get worse. Meaning, in the AI era, if you're really, really good at adapting to AI and learning how to use AI to become more competitive, then you will actually gain more money, more status, more success, even faster than before. However, for a lot of people who have not gained such skills, the gap will get even wider and deeper. So the concern is that this kind of income inequality and this kind of a degree depreciation can and may increase instead of decrease in the new AI era. So what do we need to do? Well, think about adaptability. Being adaptive means being resilient. And being resilient means you will be ready to face new challenges. Not yesterday's challenge, but tomorrow's challenge, which none of us really know what it will look like. So how do you do that? By having skills that can be applied to different challenges. So it's adaptable and transferable skills from one set of problems to another set of problems. And you need, just like learning a new sport, learning to ride a bicycle, you need to practice. You need to practice the skills until when you come up to a new bicycle, you will say to yourself, that's a bicycle. I know how to ride that. I have never ridden this particular bicycle, but I know I can handle a bicycle. So when you get that kind of a skill and that kind of a preparation, that kind of a readiness, you know you're ready for new challenges. And first, you need to find and define the problem. Remember this part. How do you find a new problem to solve, and how do you define the problem? These are not things that AI can help you with. You need to go out there and find problems. You need to define the problem. Even for AI to start helping you, you need to describe the problem. You need to understand the problem, what problem you are trying to solve. Okay, so that is one way you can compete against AI. You can use AI in the second step. Once you define the problem, use AI any way you want, okay? You can very quickly become a domain subject matter expert by leveraging AI, by asking more and more questions, broader and deeper questions. I do this all the time these days. So when I read about any new problem I have not seen before, I immediately would use AI. I ask one question, and then I'll ask the next question, and literally within maybe 10 minutes, I will have learned things that used to cost me probably, 2 hours to do in order to go to the library and finding books and reading some books, and no, this doesn't really answer my question. I need to find another book. I need to ask a librarian. I need to ask teachers. And nowadays, just sitting here, I keep asking more and more questions. Anything I don't understand, I can keep learning. So the learning process itself becomes a skill in the AI era. And that is a second point here. And then once you have accumulated enough knowledge, you are now ready to test the knowledge. You start proposing something that might work. Some people have fancy name for it, MVP, other things. Doesn't matter. You need to start building a temporary solution and start refining, improving that solution until it might just work. Okay, so initially engage with AI and trying to come up with something, and then simply try to test it. Try to test it in real market and real application, and then try to improve it. And this is a cycle. This kind of a skill, meaning from finding the problem to building the solution, testing the solution, this whole cycle is what we need young people to learn to gain. Because this kind of problem-solving skills are the kind of skills that AI will not be able to replace. We are humans. We understand human problems. And let me tell you, a lot of human problems cannot be easily solved just by technology solutions. We'll look at some of these. So the big issue of building a resilient national foundation for science or technology or whatever is, in my opinion, about innovation and entrepreneurship. And I will tell you why. And in my career, managing technology and also innovation, especially when I spent several years at London School of Economics, not a technology school. They had quite a few Nobel Prize winners, but none about technology. Always Nobel Prize winners in economics, usually, and sometimes others. That's where I learned that innovation and entrepreneurship, by the way, I call it's too long, innovation, entrepreneurship. I just use a short name, IE, with a small I and a big E. So IE is the core concept. And innovation means what is invented. So the what part is innovation. And entrepreneurship is how you're going to use this kind of an innovation to change the world. How it is going to be applied is that part is entrepreneurship. So the first question is IE should be for everyone, not just for technology people, not just for STEM people. This is one big myth we have to fight. Can you imagine in the new world, we are basically sitting in a typical school and we're telling the school children, oh, we will split this school into two halves. Those people who are going to pursue technology issues, come over here. Non-technology people, you go over there. And we will teach you guys innovation and entrepreneurship. But oh, too bad for you non-technology people, that's not for you. That is totally wrong. You're giving up on half of the society. That's absolutely wrong. And I will actually show you some of the other discoveries I have encountered along the way. The second myth is that innovation entrepreneurship should not be just about technical innovations. A lot of innovations are not the typical kind of a technical innovation that you can think of. They're not mechanical innovations. They're not biological innovations. There are other types of innovations, and we'll go into details. And finally, innovation and entrepreneurship is not just for startups, not just for tiny little enterprises who can move very, very fast. In fact, even very large enterprises, very large organizations, and nonprofit organizations, and even governments, they need innovation and entrepreneurship, probably even more than anybody else. So let's be real. Innovation and entrepreneurship really is for everybody, is for every organization. Only when we face it this way, we define the problem this way, we can really start building a national foundation that is resilient, against any kind of new changes and new challenges that AI will bring. So the first, innovation entrepreneurship is for everyone, not just for STEM people. Okay, our biggest problems in the world, whether it's war, it's hunger, it's climate change, unemployment, inequality, all of those things, they're not technical challenges. They are human challenges. So, and they need, more than ever, innovative solutions that can work. Okay? So just think about some of the issues. For instance, over here, we see the McDonald brothers, squatting down, trying to figure out how to rework the kitchen in a typical McDonald layout. They're doing that? Are they doing a technical innovation, a new invention that they can run to the patent office and get a patent granted? No. This is what you call a process innovation. Okay. Was it very successful? Absolutely. Now you walk out of here, you can see McDonald's everywhere. Okay. Extremely successful. Guess what? These two brothers, have you done any research to find out what kind of degrees they had back when they started? Let me tell you, they never went to college. Both of them never went to any college at all. So they just, they dressed up like their typical kind of engineers, short sleeve thing, but they never went to college. So that's the proof that innovation is not just for STEM, not just for technology people. And the innovation itself, the subject matter, doesn't have to be really deep technology. Look at Airbnb, look at Uber. They're both just business model innovations. They build platforms to connect on one side the supplier, from the other, the demand side, the customers. That's all. Okay. That's not a technology innovation at all. Look at FedEx, the grandfather of modern day courier service provider. The original founder, Mr. Smith, his business school paper actually was considered very, very poor by his professor. But he persisted and founded the whole company and the whole enterprise and the whole industry based on that. Because every night, all the packages will be flown to one location, which is Memphis, Tennessee in the US. Not a major airport at that time, but very, very convenient, centrally located. And overnight, they actually would redistribute everything back from Memphis to the rest of the country. It seemed counterintuitive from efficiency standpoint, but it actually worked beautifully, okay? And that was a true innovation, but absolutely not a technology innovation. Look at distribution. iTunes, they basically removed a whole layer sitting in the middle. The middleman used to be called record labels. Those are big music companies. They control how different pieces of music, different songs were purchased or licensed rather from the creators, and then they printed, the records, the rubber, plastic records, and with iTunes, it eliminated that whole industry layer. Extremely efficient, but again, not a technology innovation. Now, this last piece, innovation entrepreneurship, is not only for tiny little startups. Look at Cisco. Under the leadership of the previous CEO, Mr. John Chambers, from 1995 to 2015, 20 years time, he made sure that the innovation entrepreneurship DNA could be acquired and preserved in a huge company. How did it do it? He would systematically acquire little and fast-moving technology companies outside. It becomes part of Cisco, and he will promote the CTO, Chief Technology Officer, from that little company to become the entire enterprise, Cisco's CTO, for exactly 2 years. So every 2 years, he will change the CTO of this huge enterprise. Why? Because it brings the outside innovation and creative genes, the new DNA, into the top leadership of Cisco. And that was a genius move. Cisco, a gigantic company, was able to maintain the fast speed and the high speed of innovation as a result. Nonprofit and NGO, here's Mr. Yunus, 2006 Nobel Peace Prize winner, creating a brand new type of service to allow lower level entrepreneurs to have access to microfinances. And governments, let's look at Singapore with 5 million people in population. Look at Estonia, only 1.3 million population. And think about Malaysia with 36 million. We have no excuse, okay? Even governments can innovate and can be very, very successful with innovation and entrepreneurship. So finally, after all these things, we have convinced ourselves innovation and entrepreneurship are really critical for the new AI era. So we need to help our young people to learn this entire process, need to discover things, need to validate your solution, and need to continuously build the solution team in order to deliver. So on top of that, the soft skill at the bottom here, the soft skill is that you need to really understand yourself and understand what kind of role you can apply to yourself so that you could add value to whatever organization, whether it's a tiny little startup or it's a government entity, how you can add value. As a former venture capital investor, I can tell you that sometimes it's very frustrating for me to watch a lot of university kids. They all believe that innovation and entrepreneurship means that I want to be CEO. Not everybody is really good CEO material, but it's important for them to understand what kind of a unique role they can play. And even more importantly, can they be good at that kind of role? And can they enjoy that kind of role? Only then they can truly understand their value in this new AI era. So the final slide, the resilience comes from adaptability through AI. By using AI, we can actually make people understand and learn new skills much, much faster. And we need to train them to have innovation and entrepreneurship skills. And this becomes something that will stay with them forever. They could actually apply such skills repeatedly from one challenge to the next, so that the entire country will be full of young people who are really equipped and who have already gone through the innovation entrepreneurship process multiple times before they even go into the society to take on the whole world. And that's when we have resilience in the society and in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David, for that insightful keynote. When we talk about resilience, adaptation is the key. We will begin with the scientific discovery, but technology allows us to take those discoveries further to improve, scale, and turn them into solutions that create real impact. Ultimately, resilience is about our ability to adapt innovate, and keep moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a warm round of applause to our keynote speaker. Before we move to the next session, we will also love to hear from you. Please take a moment to scan the QR code display on the screen and share your feedback with us. We truly value your feedback, and it will help us make nice, even better experience to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the momentum going as we move to our next session. We just explored the bigger picture, how all the resilience activity can help us to move forward. Now, let's turn our attention to a topic that gaining a momentum around the world, longevity. From new scientific discovery and emerging technologies to innovative products, service, and market, how can we turn the growing demand to longevity into real economic opportunity? For take us beyond the lab and into the role of business, investment, and opportunity, we have a very interesting fireside chat lined up for you. Leading this conversation is Associate Professor Dr. Tai Gee-jun, Director of National Institute of Biotechnology Malaysia. He is an immunology expert with a focus on immunotherapeutics and vaccine development. Joining him is Puan Hazami Habib, Fellow Academy Science Malaysia. She has dedicated nearly 30 years to the Academy Science Malaysia, heavily influencing science, technology, innovation, and economy policies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Dr. Professor Tai Gee-jun and Puan Hazami Habib with the topic Beyond the Lab, Turning Longevity Science into Economic Opportunity. For those who may have questions arising from the discussion, we may submit them at any time by scanning the QR code display on the screen. Over to you, Dr. Gee-jun.
Thank you very much, our dear MC. So first and foremost, selamat datang and a very warm welcome to everyone. I'm Gee-jun from NIBM IFAM. Today we are going beyond the lab to discuss one of the most transformative socio-economic frontiers of our decade, turning longevity science into economic opportunity. When people hear the word longevity, they often think of retirement homes, social welfare, geriatric care. But as scientists, we know that longevity is about extending health span. When I say health span here, it means having or adding healthy, active, and productive years to life. Scientifically, this means pivoting to preventive biotechnology, novel vaccines, and early diagnostic platforms. Now, to discuss how we translate this science into a national economic driver, we are very honored to have Puan Hazami, a fellow of ASM, who has been serving ASM for the last 30 years and was the CEO of ASM for the last 10 years. Under your leadership, ASM has championed major national shifts, culminating in the launch of the Wellbeing and Empowerment of Aging Society, WEMAS or WEMAS, mission-oriented initiative in May 2026. So, Puan Hazami, welcome. To kick off, I would like to ask, how should national policy makers, industry leaders, and academic researchers fundamentally reframe aging from a welfare burden into a high-value silver economy asset?
Thank you, Dr. Gee-jun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon to all. So this is a very good topic. Everybody is talking about it. Just to give some setting or context of it, how serious is this aging society or longevity? So I do some research, and at Academy we also do a lot of papers related to this, and we also have one mission on aging society. So to see things in context on projection increase in older adult population that was projected by World Economic Forum, it's a bit alarming when I saw the numbers. between 2025 to 2040, according to World Economic Forum, adult above 65 will increase roughly 53% compared with 2025, while the traditional working age population will grow only 13%. You see the numbers? 53% increase of aging. Working age population, 13% increase until 2040. And Malaysia is number 3 in the world, behind Saudi Arabia and UAE. Malaysia is 78% by 2040, Saudi Arabia 115%, UAE 80% in terms of percentage of this projection. So lifespan has outgrown health span, a demographic trend that demands action. So Malaysia also lists silver economy is one of the focus areas under RMK 13, right? Suddenly, one of the focus area is silver economy. So from the SDI lens, we need to have a framework for the shift. So we need to shift from geriatric care to preventive biotech and translational diagnostic. So we have to shift our focus. This is a fundamental paradigm shift that I think we should be focusing on. Moving from reactive disease management in the elderly and proactive biological age intervention across the lifespan. And we have to have 5 core conceptual shifts that we need to focus. Number 1 is timing. We have to move from the geriatric care of old paradigm from late stage intervention after disease onset to preventive biotech and translational diagnostic, the new paradigm, to pre-symptomatic decades before clinical decline. So we have to have that ecosystem and that approach. That is on timing. Second, what shift we want to do is target. Target is move from managing chronic disease, that is diabetic, dementia, frailty, to targeting biological aging hallmark directly. How are we going to do that? Then, the third shift is metric of success. We measure success no longer just focusing on symptom management or mortality delay, but we have to focus on biological age decelerations, health span extension. And fourth is patient. We not just focus on elderly 60 and above in Malaysia, but all ages stratified by biological risk. So we have to start early. 60 at my age is too late already, right? And economics, we have to shift from high-cost acute terminal care, that is a worrisome from elderly people now. Can we afford it? That is the kind of issues that we are facing right now. To lower cost per kili prevention, that is quality-adjusted life year, consumer-driven. So these are 5 shifts that we need today. So how do the stakeholder, the policymakers, the industry leaders, and academic should play their role? So they also have to shift their mindset. Shift from welfare support to human capital maintenance. Human beings also have to be maintained. If we don't maintain ourselves, that's it. Right? Then what is the primary objective if we shift the mindset? We have to redesign social security and tax incentive to reward health span preservation, not just retirement age. Next, for industry leaders, we have a lot of industry reps today. You have to shift from geriatric healthcare to capability enhancement. People are looking at that now, right? What is the objective of this? Is to redesign product, environments, and workflows to leverage the skills of cognitively and physically healthy aging workforce. If Malaysia is third in 1940 with 78%, then we have to be ready. And third is academic researcher. I'm sure in this hall we have a lot of academic researcher. We have to shift our mindset from pathology research to human optimization. You see, this is just quite in tandem with the keynote speaker just now. We're not talking about the technology, we're talking about the human.
Yeah, true.
Right? And what is the objective of it? Is to quantify the economic value of extra years of healthy life to justify massive public investment to preventive biotech. So that is 3 roles by the stakeholder, policymakers, industry leaders, and academic research that we need to shift our mindset in planning our policy, our initiative, our work. From the market and economic context, there are 5 market segments that we can focus on. One is human longevity. Next is longevity biotech. Third is longevity diagnostic. Fourth is anti-aging market. And fifth is cellular health screening. These are 5 areas that I think some of it we are already ventured into it.
Yes, you're
But
right.
how do we strengthen it and bring it into commercialization and use ours rather than just, you use others from outside Malaysia. So when we want to reframe aging within the Malaysia and ASEAN context, we must leverage the region's existing strength. What is our strength? One, we have robust medical tourism infrastructure. Our medical tourism infrastructure is world class.
Yep, true.
Right? Second, we have high digital penetration. Malaysia, 99% is all connected.
Yep.
And third, we have strong cultural emphasis on intergenerational support. This is our strength. So Malaysia is uniquely positioned to lead this shift. We already possess a world-class medical tourism ecosystem. The transition here is not about building new infrastructure from scratch, but about upgrading the existing value proposition from reactive acute care to proactive longevity optimization. So change the business model towards this. And we can position Malaysia because we already have the infrastructure. We already have the branding. Yeah? So to apply this silver economy framework, for us to reposition medical tourism to longevity tourism, Malaysia and ASEAN is already a global hub for medical tourism. The old paradigm attracted patients for surgeries or chronic disease management. We should shift it and position to new paradigm. Attracts them from biological age optimizations. How to do that? Create a longevity destination centers. This is some trends that we see globally.
Yes.
We have these longevity destination centers. So they will come because our medical treatment here under medical tourism is affordable.
True.
We have a lot of patients coming from Indonesia, from Thailand, from Philippines and others. Even now United States is coming here. So we can position ourselves on there. So with that, unlike the West, the strategic is where longevity clinics are often fragmented and prohibitively expensive, Malaysian facilities can bundle these services at a competitive price point, attracting the rising middle class across Asia and Middle East. So this is some silver asset that we should position it and strengthen it in Malaysia. Next is digital health super apps. If you remember during COVID, MySejahtera is a super apps. We have around more than 30 million registered. How do we leverage on that? The model of the biological health course can be used through apps approach. So these are also another silver asset that we can focus on the longevity economy. Third is what Academy of Sciences Malaysia has been doing, creating the wisdom economy. This is the workforce integration between the experts, maybe like me, that's already 60 and some of our fellows, but we still can contribute in some way. So we need to also strengthen our wisdom economy in order to lessen our dependency to foreign consultants. Because we, the local expert, understand our local issues.
Yeah, we know all this
Right?
better. Yeah.
Rather than we depend on foreign consultant, we have this wisdom economy. In academy, if one fellows have over 30 years of experience, you times that to 500 over. That is the amount of asset of wisdom economy that we have, that we should leverage on it. So nationwide it, not just confined to the 8 discipline in academy, we can have many, many more other disciplines under wisdom economy that we have. And last, under these questions, I would like to propose also to have regional research hubs. We have to have maybe champion the ASEAN Longevity Commons to connect all 11 members of ASEAN and start connecting it digitally in order for us to have this. So these are some ideas that I think what longevity economy that we can position using the knowledge of science, technology, innovations, and also transforming this sector towards the economic value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Puan Azami. That is very, very thorough, I would say. Now, if let's say we are talking about all these sort of national shifts, this sort of reframing actually brings us to a very major challenge, which is actually translation. Now, Malaysia has historically struggled with the valley of death. I think a lot of our scientists and also industry sort of realize that. So how do you think that we could actually move all these high impact research out of academics and into clinical validation, as well as commercialization, especially when you already played a role in the funding ecosystem, such as the Malaysian Science Endowment and also the RDICE program. So just for everybody's information, RDICE is basically championed by ASM. So it's basically, Puan Azami, you might want to go ahead with that.
Okay. For academy, since 2010, we have been trying to strengthen the RDICE ecosystem in Malaysia. We have been also suggesting to the government to do or form a legislative approach to have Science, Technology, Innovation Act. But until today, still not materialized. Okay. So you mentioned two, Malaysian Science Endowment and also the RDICE roadmap or action plans. Yeah? For academy, we see the ecosystem and said it's time for Malaysia to have an alternative funding. So we propose to the government through the National Science and Technology Policy to have the Malaysian Science Endowment. We position it as alternative funding to work hand in hand with industry, international partners, philanthropists, doing experimental development research or translational research that can translate knowledge to solution in form of products and services. So rather than everybody is focusing on 100% government grant, whereby mostly public fund is focusing on basic research and applied to generate new knowledge. But who is doing the experimental development or the prototype for it to go to commercialization? We have less funding on that.
Very true.
Most of the researchers struggling to go through this phase. So we said, okay, how can we do this? So we come up with a new idea whereby we ask government to give us 1 billion and we will try to get matching fund from the industry 1 billion. With that, we will invest it and then the return of the investment, we will match it again with the industry or any strategic partners. All right, so Academy Science through its stewardship of STIE ecosystem. So we serve as a critical neutral entity or neutral architect with a mission to bridging the gap between bench site innovation and market-ready commercialization. People always call it valley of death. I don't like because once you are in the valley of death, you are dead. So I call it messy in the middle. How to entangle this messy? How to go through all these blockage, challenges in order for us to translate the knowledge, the technology into commercialization. And it's not an easy job. So the one that Minister mentioned today in his speech about advanced packaging, even though he never mentioned it's orchestrated by Academy. All right. So once we did that advanced packaging, convinced 5 local companies, some of them are small, medium enterprises, to come up with a mission of advanced packaging for them to do it together. They are competitor, all these 5 companies. and government will match the research grant or development grant that they want to do under advanced packaging, and they put up their own mission to have 7% of the sales of advanced packaging, that is around 5 billion by 2035. So we hope with this kind of approach as Malaysian Science Endowment, it can change the wisdom and the, the engine of moving commercialization championed by industry, working closely with academia, working closely with the global player. So with that, we hope Malaysian Science Endowment and ARDICE roadmap will tackle the high risk, high reward field for also longevity, biopharma, and also diagnostic. We can apply the same approach, bringing in the industry, and we can focus in these areas. And we must use this fund specifically to mitigate 3 risks. If in advanced packaging, they also have this risk. So from our study is to de-risk 3 risks. One is of biotech investment. First is scientific uncertainty. In research, anything can happen, right? Next is regulatory uncertainty and market adoption uncertainty. So we are in uncertainty area. So we need to understand and mitigate, facilitate it. So we hope by having this matching grant, we have commitment from industry, commitment from the government, and commitment from the academia to work together to solve the problem, to come up with the right kind of products. So we are the strategic partners with MOSTI to come up with the ARDICE roadmap that put forward strategies to strengthen our ARDICE ecosystem. Through roadmaps, we propose to set up research consortium. So we can have a research consortium or players or consortium in longevity sector. So we need that because to make it more focused and connected with others, right? And handshake mechanism to overcome silo approach between ministries and agencies. These are among our recommendations in the ARDICE roadmap. So I'm very glad NICE now bringing in at least 5 ministries. I hope next year NICE can bring 18 ministries or 14 ministries to work together to see things, science and technology cut across all, innovation cut across all ministries. So that is another one. And then through this roadmap, we propose to set up, to come up with the sharing data among ministry, sharing data among scientists, sharing data among industries. And with that, we coin out this program called Mission Oriented Innovation and Open Science, Malaysian Open Science Platform. So these are among building blocks that we need to strengthen. And another building block is the sandbox managed by Meranti. These are 3 main important building blocks in order for us to create a national open innovation ecosystem in Malaysia. So I hope with MSc, use it under longevity sector as patient capital to translational validation. Innovation is tested for functional efficacy and safety before mass commercialization. So use MSc for that because we can bridge between industry, academia, government and society. Second, through ARDICE, apply the milestone matching mechanism for experimental development translational validation stage through MSc. And third, creating a longevity sandbox via government policy. Now I know under Meranti and the NTIS sector specific sandbox focus area, they have health tech, robotic, automation and drone tech, so on and so forth. These are pertinent sector under sandbox. But if we can have a longevity sandbox under Meranti to champion with MOH, these are, see, the CEO already said, good. Then it can expedite most of the innovation that we want to deploy under this sector. So, and one more is aggregating GLIC and private capital to play their role. For your information, the 5 companies doing advanced packaging is already in the radar of GLIC and Khazanah to go to the next level of funding after the experimental development funding that was matched between MSC and the industry. So we need this kind of synergy between all the process and players in order for us to push this new sector of longevity economy in our innovation ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Sanazami. Again, a very thorough and in-depth insight into the MSE fund and as well as RDICE. I think in a sense, basically ASM has done all the thinking and the recommendation. It's about implementation of the policy. I actually have another question. However, I think we also have some questions from the public. Maybe we can get one question from the public. So one of the question is, how can the public and private sectors help Malaysian adapt to an aging society? And how can we address this issue, especially financial capability to manage health after retirement? So this is looking like
I
post
think this is
KWSP
related to
and
your
everything.
third question, right?
Yeah, I think it's quite close as well. So that's why I thought let's just jump to that.
Okay. Let me see. I can't see the question here.
Okay. So can you see it a bit closer from that side?
Just the
Okay.
same.
All right. So the question is basically, how does the public and private sector help Malaysians adapt to the aging society? That's number one. And how can we address this issue, especially with financial capability to manage health after retirement? So two big questions there.
Okay. Financial capability for research, I already touched on matching. I think that is the way forward strategy that we need to do. Financial capability for 60 and above,
Yes.
that also I have touched just now on wisdom economy. We need to appreciate experts in Malaysia. The problem sometimes our industry, when they need expert, they always see outside Malaysia. We have a lot of expert inside Malaysia. Give them the opportunity, throw them the problems. We also have good researchers in Malaysia. Throw them that problem, then the problem of financial for silver society, solve.
True. That's very fair.
Right? So more and more skilled workers or knowledge workers that retired, in academy alone, I think we all of us have to give a round of applause like experts like Tan Sri Agustin Ong. He is 92 years old, still active in academy, still active in the STIE ecosystem. And he championed this expo called, what is it? ITEX, until today. So if we have this kind of silver society and leadership that have the perseverance to push the agenda, then we have no problems. But what we need is a mindset shift to trust our local experts, to appreciate our local experts. Because one scientist, their strength is their network. You know, they have their network behind. Oxford, Cambridge, I don't know, MIT, whatsoever. You don't have to go to them. You have to go to the expert and then they can give everything. But the problem is less opportunity. We need to give that. That's why I said maybe wisdom economy is something that we need to focus on, because to see the percentage by 2040, we will become an aging nation.
Yep.
We need to stay healthy in order for us to continue contribute to the country. Not to work and to take the post, is to sought after the expertise. So that is the ideas that I think the young generation shouldn't get distracted or say, oh, we have no chance. No. It's how harmoniously we work between the wisdom economy and the new economy. So we need to work together in order for us to be more prepared of all the challenges that we face under this post-normal era. I hope I answered the questions.
Yes, I think you did. I think the other thing that we might also want to look at is basically how public and private sectors can also come together in order for us to achieve these sort of things, whereby I'm pretty sure the academics, the researchers
Yes.
who are already in the system for such a long time can actually contribute, right?
I agree. That's why we have to build up the trust between the public and private sector. And I would like to call upon all government research institute to become effective intermediaries, to become the magnet to bring all this industry to work together with our researchers and academia. We need to do that because the ecosystem in Malaysia, researchers in public sector is around 60%. Researchers in private sector is around 40%. It's a lot of improvement. Before this, 86% to 87% researchers are in public sector. That is data 2017. Latest data that I see from Academy's analysis, 2025, we already reached 59% public sector, 41% business enterprise or private sector. Quite a good balance already to translate things into industry and to do commercializations. So we need to enhance that percentage because our target is 30% public sector, 70% private sector.
That's
Okay?
an interesting number.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think that is, I think that's almost about the time that we have. I would like to ask you another question, but I think I'll keep it to myself. So for the time being, so thank you very much, Puan Hazami. Today's discussion has made it very clear that private and public should work together. People should learn how to make use and appreciate knowledge that has been accumulated in the country. And hopefully at the end of the day, with endeavors from research institutes, academia, industry, we will be able to try to push the silver economy as part of our national economic frontier. So at the end of the day, we need to align robust scientific innovation with mission-oriented policy frameworks like the WMS as well as the MSE. Hopefully, it will position us in a good lead to the region's silver economy. So please join me in expressing our warmest gratitude to Puan Hazami for sharing her invaluable side. And thank you to the audience for also listening. Let's continue to push science beyond the lab. Thank you.
Testing one. Thank you, Dr. Tai Jijun and Puan Hazami Habib. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. We are pleased to invite Yang Berusaha Encik Ashran Dato' Ghazi, CEO of Meranti, to give a token of appreciation to our moderator and speaker. We would now like to invite Puan Hazami, followed by Dr. Tai Gijun to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, Encik Ashran, Puan Hazami and Dr. Gijun for... And once again, thank you very much, Puan Hazami and Dr. Gijun for the insightful session. When we talk about longevity, Malaysia actually is a very unique position. We need to build the trust, have resilient economy to create new solution and new economic opportunity around the longevity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Before we continue, we really appreciate to hear from you. Scan the QR code on the screen and share your feedback with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take the next step. From discovery to impact. We often celebrate when scientific breakthrough is achieved, but the real challenge begins after that. How do we turn scientific advance into solutions that can be developed, adopted, commercialized, and ultimately make a difference in the real world? Let us explore that journey together with our next panel discussion from discovery to impact, translating biotechnology into real-world solution. I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Muhammad Anwar bin Jonet, a principal scientist at Malaysian Institute of Biotechnology Malaysia. He is a biotechnology expert in specializing in genetic engineering and recombinant protein products. He is leading the development of Malaysia's first end-to-end good manufacturing practice facility for human vaccine. Joining him on the panel session are Dr. Ravika Devi Sambanathamurthy, Fellow to Academic Science Malaysia. She is the first and only Malaysia elected a Fellow of the Royal Society and leading the team that sequenced the world's first publicly available oil palm genome. What an impressive doctor. Next, we're pleased to welcome Mr. David I back with us, this time as one of our panelists. And lastly, we would like to invite Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General, International Vaccine Institute, Republic of Korea. He served as the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute and was awarded of Medal of Honor for Civic Merit by Republic of Korea. As we prepare to begin the session, we invite our audience to take a moment to scan the QR code displayed on the screen. You may submit your question and we'll bring them into discussion during the Q&A session. Over to you, Dr. Anwar.
Right. Good evening, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, and distinguished researchers. So welcome to our sessions, Discovery to Impact, translating biotechnology into real-world solution. Before we start, look to your left and right. So basically, we have brilliant academic researchers, corporate biotech executive, and venture inventors. So it means that half of you spend actually your days trying to solve worlds through your groundbreaking science, and the other half of you think about how you can scale up and commercially and make it commercially available for the next quarter. So every year, thousands of transformative scientific breakthroughs are published in top-tier journal, yet only a small fraction successfully navigate the complex. It means that to get a grant, get the clear from the regulatory, then ultimately deliver the real impact. So today, we bring together leading minds from academia and biotechnology and biopharmaceutical ecosystem to explore how we can bridge this gap faster, smarter, and more efficiently. We will examine how research, translation, ecosystem support, and strategic planning can be better aligned, and how we can work together to accelerate the transition from promising laboratory-scale research to robust, compliant, and scalable biomanufacturing. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panel, Mr. David I, Chairman of Accelerator Expert, Advisory Committee at University of Macau, bringing global expertise in tech transfer, venture incubation, and IP strategy. Followed by Dr. Ravika Devi Sambanathamurthy, Chair of Biological, Agricultural, and Environmental Sciences at the Academy of Science Malaysia, a pioneer in genomic commercialization, and Fellow of the Royal Society. Last but not least, Dr. Jerome Han Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, leading global initiative in translational research, vaccine development, and large-scale public health delivery. Please join me in welcoming our panelists as we dive into our first round discussion. Mr. David I want to start with you. You chair the Expert Advisory Committee of an accelerator, which means you see biotech ventures in more fragile stage. When a research team brings you a promising technology, what most often make you say no? The science itself, the intellectual property position, the absence of anyone who can run business, or the fact that the market was never properly defined in the first place?
Very good question. Yes, we do need to say no a lot of times. So I would say, first of all, probably to your list of issues, the correct answer is all of the above. And there are all very good reasons why we may need to consider whether a particular case is worth pursuing. Sometimes I will put them into two broad categories. One is the technology itself, the other is the person or persons involved. The technology itself, I think, especially in life sciences or biotech, I think a lot of researchers don't realize that not all technology breakthroughs can sustain a new startup company. Many new advancements can best be commercialized as part of a much bigger solution. And it's often very difficult for startups to have just what people say one pony show. So you only have one trick and you only have one chance. And that particular product is very risky from investors' standpoint. And even if it were successful from scientific standpoint, whether it can be commercially successful depends on so many other factors. So sometimes you really need to think about it. In fact, a lot of times we would actually advise the new technology person that perhaps this technology is better suited for licensing to an existing player, to an existing, especially large player that already has a large number of similar or complementary products, because it will be so much easier for them to push for commercial success. The other broad category is about the person. I'm sorry to say this, but not all inventors, not all technologists are suitable to become the CEO. And unfortunately, in today's environment, people just always immediately come to the, almost an instinct conclusion that if I understand the technology, then I should be, the next, I don't know, Bill Gates, the next Steve Jobs. Not everybody is really cut out to be an entrepreneur, especially when you consider that the path to success as an academic person is dramatically different from the path to a commercial success as a CEO. You have to deal with a lot of different factors. You have to deal with inventors all the time. You have to deal with your channel partners. You have to deal with customers. And you have to deal with a lot of commercial, legal, a lot of battles are waiting for you that are not the typical battle for a technologist. So the second part is that whether the technologist really has the key ingredients. Probably the most important part is whether the technologist can really learn, be humbled enough to acknowledge that he or she still has a long way to learn. Sometimes you can tell right away that this is a person not coachable. In the venture capital language, when you see a very stubborn technologist, actually that's a bad sign from an investor's standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. David, for framing that so clearly. So I believe researchers needs additional time actually to fully comply with the requirement for the advance our products, technology readiness, the TRL. So with regard to the timeline, I would like to ask our panel member, Dr. Ravika. So your own career includes one of Malaysia's clearest examples of long horizon research producing national value. What did actually require? How many years? What kind of institutional backing? And what would have killed it had the system been less patient? I ask because our funding cycles are short and our expectations are quick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. What did it require? I think the essential ingredients are many, but definitely passion, persistence, partnership. You must have smart partnership. You can't do it all. So you have to work with the right people. Teamwork is so important. I was so blessed to work with an amazing team at MPOB. And of course, money. We need the funding, otherwise it's very, very difficult to do research, right? When I first joined MPOB, my director was actually Tan Sri Augustinong, who's here, who Puan Hazami referred to him. He took me to see the Director General of MPOB then, who was the late Tan Sri Anwar. And Tan Sri Anwar told me, the oil palm is a bit different. It's got a long breeding cycle, right? So he gave the analogy of the elephant's gestation period. He said the elephant's gestation period is over about 2 years. But it doesn't mean that while waiting to get that product of a calf, you wait around doing nothing. So he says you really have to plan parallel experiments for the long term and the short term. And that advice, I think, has stayed with me throughout. So an example I give is, of course, our genome project. We started sequencing the oil palm genome in 2008. And in 2013, we released the first publicly available reference genome by publishing it in Nature. And in 2013, we also discovered the shell gene. The shell gene is the most important genetic determinant of oil yield. So we got that in 2013. In 2014, we found the gene for fruit color, which is also an important determinant of yield because it's a standard for fruit ripening. And we discovered the epigenetic basis of clonal abnormality. Tissue culture is extremely important in oil palm, but there's a problem called, there's an abnormality, and we discovered what was the reason. In fact, that got into the front page of Nature. So it was fantastic. But you would think maybe it was just 5 years, 2008, and then by 2013, 14, 15. But that's not the case. Whatever we discovered then actually rested upon work that had been done much earlier. We depended on the germplasm collection in MPOB, extensive breeding populations, field records. So all that contributed to the success, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that institutional foresight and resource and support is so important. We were very lucky in that MPOB had the resources and the foresight to engage in work where you don't see the results immediately, right? So that's, I think, very, very important. So talking about your funding cycle, yes, I think there are two types of funding cycle. Once you've got the genome sequence, we very quickly got all our genes. So I think you can have funding cycles for 5-year projects, but you also need much longer funding. And as Tan Sri Anwar told me, you can't rush the biology, just like the elephant. So you can't rush the oil palm. Oil palm has got a 12-year breeding cycle, right? So it really requires a lot of planning, right? And long-term strategic infrastructure required. And you ask, what would kill the project? Lack of funds for sure, right? You really have to understand the science and the biology. I think the funders, it cannot be just based on administrative convenience. You really have to understand the project. Some are okay for 3 to 5 years, but not all. And something else which will kill, I think, research, I know, is bureaucracy, right? When we're doing science, we're not building a bridge, right? We're really researching, we're finding new things. So we might be going in different directions. So we can't always plan 100% in advance. But the way the system works now, we have to get multiple quotations way in advance. If suddenly our research takes us in a different direction and we find we need something else, no, you still have to go back. Everything in some places, from transport to get your stuff to chemicals, we need. So if you can predict everything that you're going to get, I think you're no more doing frontier research, right? You're building a bridge, which we are not, okay? And exactly what Puan Hazami said, there's so much uncertainty in science, right? So you have to give researchers that leeway. I'm not saying there should be no oversight. Of course, there should be oversight, but it should be smart oversight in line with the sciences. Thank you. I hope that answers all the questions. Thank you.
That is a very important distinction, I think, Dr. Ravi. Before we can accurately determine the time required, so we need to understand exactly with the component will help us translate our research through the valley of death and towards successful commercialization. Dr. Jerome, I would like to ask you for your perspective on this. IVI takes vaccine from discovery through development and trials to eventual manufacture, often working in countries without a mature biotech sector. What are the non-negotiable capabilities a country must have before it can genuinely translate biotech research into a product? Is it clinical trial capacity, regulatory expertise, manufacturing, or something less obvious? That's all.
Okay, thank you for that question. And it's really actually all of the above, which is actually, it's a little disappointing sometimes because after the pandemic, many countries wanted to have manufacturing capacity as a part of vaccine security. But in order to do that, and when we think about vaccines, we think with the end in mind. So we think about what it is that we will be, what impact will we have when we have the vaccine, and then we think backwards through all the steps that are necessary. And in each country, the steps are often very similar. You need a manufacturer, you need a regulator, you need a group within the government, usually, that makes recommendations. And for the rest of the world, that's WHO. Often you need, if you're a poorer country, you need an organization that will help supplement the cost of the vaccine. So that would be an organization like Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. And then moving backwards, you start into the actual part. You need the regulators to approve the vaccine. You need to have the clinical trials, which take it from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. And before that, you need the work that goes on in animals. So does the country have a place to test vaccines that are discovered in a laboratory, then tested in animals to make sure that they do the correct protective responses? And do you have a mechanism to do small-scale manufacturing, what we call a GMP lot, which is not necessarily what we do when we're making millions of doses of vaccines, but just enough so that we can take a vaccine that's been manufactured correctly, that is to the international standard that we hold manufacturing to be taken into human clinical trials. And so you can imagine that if you're a country that's starting with none of this, it's very difficult because everything needs to be done from scratch. What is more likely the case is that many countries have bits and pieces, but it's the ability of countries to link it all together into a comprehensive plan and to thinking about the different needs that really is successful. And then, so there's a planning process, there's a gaps analysis, and then there's funding, which actually came up before. Because the cost of simply building a manufacturing plant is in the order of 300 to 400 million US dollars. And that's only a part of it, because you're not just opening a factory, but you need people to work in the factory. So when the government of Korea was planning its vaccine self-sufficiency program, we called it Vaccine 3.0. In 2010, Korea was 20% self-sufficient. And the US government, as it did during COVID, said, oh, by the way, the vaccine that you purchased, we may need to confiscate for national security reasons because the US needs the vaccine. And the Korean government said, oh, wait a second, that's not right, that's not fair, but we can't do anything. We can't manufacture a vaccine ourselves. Maybe we need to become, and this was a part of a 6-year planning process, the number 5 vaccine manufacturer and 80% self-sufficient in vaccines. So completely changed the formula. So now you can imagine 2010 to 2016, Korea is now about 50% self-sufficient with a goal to be 80% by 2030. But in between 2010 and 2030, they put funding together for 2 large pilot plants in different parts of the country that will make small-scale manufacturing possible. They paid for a vaccine research center so the government would have the ability to oversee and inform and develop plans. They put into place a foundation, we call it the Right Foundation, which is exactly what the ministers were talking about this morning. How do we commercialize innovation? How do we take a product from a brilliant professor's lab, which I think gets to your point? Brilliant professors are not necessarily the best product developers. How do we get it from the lab to a company and get the company to manufacture it and get the regulatory bodies to approve it so that now it can be sold? And that successful commercialization is the Apple story, or in technology. But lots of small biotech companies like U Biologics, which had never manufactured, it was never a vaccine manufacturer, is now the largest manufacturer of oral cholera vaccine. You can do that, but there has to be a way to incentivize that. And in Korea, we developed the Right Foundation, which exactly is a private-public partnership that allows small companies in vaccines, drugs, and diagnostics to get that money to go into phase 1, or to go into phase 2, or with additional leverage funding to go into phase 3. And this is the kind of thing that allows companies to innovate. So there have been FDA-approved, US FDA-approved products, WHO pre-qualified products, 2 new vaccines that are submitted to WHO for approval so that companies will be able to sell vaccines actually that are needed, that we already know the need for on the global stage. So that was only a part of it, but then the government's thinking, well, we want a vaccine industry. We want to lead in biotechnology. We don't just want to make things that other people make. So how do we do that? Well, we need to train PhDs and technicians. We need to do the human resource development necessary for R&D to be so that, originally Samsung made plasma TVs for Sony. And now Samsung LED, LCD, smartphones are competing with Apple. But to do that, you need qualified people to lead technology forward. So that's a part of the government responsibility for educating and developing the workforce. And then the final part of this is, so they put together these large research grants, maybe $400 or $500 million over 7 years to develop the new technology, to develop the skill sets in people, in students, to enter the field and to get them into biotechnology. And there was a point right after the pandemic where we couldn't hire college graduates in Korea because the companies were taking them all, and we could not compete on a salary basis with Samsung Biologics or Celltrion. But again, these are things that are building excitement and employment and opportunities within the industry. And then the final step, the government said, okay, tax credits. We'll give you R&D tax credits if you build plants in Korea. But now you have the workforce, you have the technology, you have now finally the factories. And Korea is making its way forward for that. But how many governments have the resources and the industrial planning but you need to do that. And there are groups that will help you do that. But it's something that every country approaches differently because every country has different gaps in the ecosystem. So when we are working in Africa, we talk about support for the R&D ecosystem because the European Union put $2 billion into manufacturing. No one's supporting the research and development ecosystem. How are you going to have a successful, sustainable manufacturing if you don't have the other pieces?
Okay, I can see the tight face. So maybe just roll your shoulder back, unclench your jaw, say hi to the person sits beside you. Right now, we go for the second round because I think we need a kind of, well-planned, like what Dr. Jiro mentioned. So David I, accelerator often bridge researchers and industry across the valley of death, where promising research either become a viable product or stalls. From your experience, what does effective collaboration between researchers, accelerators, and industry look like in practice? And where does it typically break down?
Okay. Accelerators are sort of a middleman almost. You are trying to be the bridge between the academic research and the industry. And actually, the most important function you can provide is to reduce risks. From the academic researcher standpoint, the environment in an accelerator or incubator gives you a safe environment where you get additional funding to push the technology one step further down the line of commercialization. In other words, to remove additional development risk or technology risk, so that the product or the end result will become more fundable, more marketable in the eyes of the ultimate sponsor or VC investor or a licensee, perhaps. And then from the receiving side, from the outside, the industrial partners' perspective, whether it's a potential development partner in a pharmaceutical company or a biotech company, or it could be a licensee waiting to receive a license to utilize the technology. It's the same thing. They want, a lot of times, they will consider technologies fresh out of an academic lab way too risky. A lot of times they will approach a professor and ask a simple question of how much development risk do you think there is still ahead of you? And most of the time, the professor will give the wrong answer. It's not risky at all. We already tested this in my lab. It really works. And you could just see that the potential investor or potential licensee will be shaking their head saying, no, 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 you just don't understand. I think Professor Kim was just saying even simple things like GMP manufacturing process, that will kill a lot of innovation because the end result, and Dr. Ravi also said that, a lot of unpredictability in the pipeline. You never know what kind of challenges you have to face. And the typical academic, successful academic player, they only need to carry the innovation out the door of their laboratory. They don't need to understand, they don't need to face the ongoing risks down the development pipeline beyond their laboratory stage. So I think that's where the industry partners or industry licensees will really appreciate this middleman service, incubator or accelerator, to, number one, further reduce the development risk. And number two, very important service for people like us, the accelerator managers or technology transfer experts. We're like the mediator in a legal dispute between two parties. A lot of times the two parties don't see eye to eye. And the professor, in this case, or the developer will say that my technology should be worth that much money and it has no risk at all. But the industry partner will say, no, 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 no. It's impossible. If you don't have another adult who will be perceived as friendly to both sides, to step in, to help both sides understand the challenges, the difficulties, and the different perspectives, oftentimes you will have no deal. You know, both parties would walk away from the negotiation table, both very, very upset. So a lot of times you need someone to hold them together, to explain things, to use a different perspective, to really provide, hate to say this, an adult supervision. Sometimes these are kids fighting in the playground, and you need to really interject a sense of reality and to help them understand you are their friends, you are on the same team. And this is why we need to be patient and to continue to hold the hands together to walk down the path of commercialization?
Yeah, don't feel discouraged by what David said just now. So I believe his insight have given us greater clarity on what we need to anticipate and prepare for during the early discovery phase to ensure that we are able to successfully navigate the valley of death and ultimately generate a meaningful return of investment to the country. So, Dr. Ravika, Malaysia's genuine research advantage may lie in what we already possess: tropical biodiversity, agricultural commodities, and industrial biology built on our own crops. Are we exploiting that seriously, or are we chasing field where others already hold an insurmountable lead? If you were concentrating the national effort, where would you put it?
Okay, thank you. I think the question we should continuously ask ourselves is what we are doing easily done in Boston, Shanghai, Singapore? If that's the case, we are not going to have a comparative edge. So I think it's very important that we should start where we have that strategic comparative edge. And as you mentioned, we've got a wealth of tropical biodiversity and agricultural commodity crops, right? And I would, of course, go back to oil palm as an example, since I'm most familiar with that. The reason we were able to compete internationally on the genomics program and other programs, I'll talk specifically on genomics this afternoon, is because we had the world's largest oil palm wild germplasm collection. And that was like 4 to 5 decades of work done by MPOB already. We had that foundation, similar to breeding material and field trials. We had all that information. And because of that, we could go on and make all these discoveries, right? And we were not the first to start the genome sequence of the oil palm, by the way, right? There were others. I suppose I don't really need to name them, but I would also like to say, like, for the genes that we were very interested in, the shell gene, because we know it's very important for yield, the fruit color gene, because fruit ripening is also linked to yield, and as I mentioned earlier, tissue culture abnormality was a big problem, right? For 3 decades, we were looking for what was the reason that these tissue cultured material was abnormal. And we discovered all that. And a large reason for that was because we had the germplasm collection to fall back on. So I'm very happy because, in fact, CIRAD in France was also running after all these genes. And we were just so lucky that we discovered all 3 of them. And of course, a lot of work was done in post-sequencing and also with our great collaborators. But very importantly, we had that foundation, right? So that's where, and I'm not saying that we should ignore new technologies, frontier technologies. Of course, they are important, but they should be enabling technologies. You apply them to where we have an advantage, okay? And but that's not the only, I think it's very important that you work on areas where you do have a competitive edge. But another very important area, where you may not necessarily have a competitive edge, but I think it's important that if you should work on, is obviously of national importance, national value, like food security, right? Malaysia is still not self-sufficient in rice. It hasn't improved. So I think rice is an important area in biotech we could work on to improve the yield, also for climate resistance. So yes, where you have a competitive edge, very important, but also where you can contribute to food and national security. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ravgita. Dr. Jerome, regulatory pathway are where a great deal of promising biotech quietly dies. What can Malaysia's regulators do differently to provide local biotech companies with a credible, predictable route to market without compromising standard? What lesson can we learn from IVI's partnership with SK Bioscience, where technology transfer, clinical development, and regulatory requirement supported WHO pre-qualification? How can Malaysia help promising innovation progress from lab to clinical development and global markets while maintaining rigorous standard for quality and safety and efficacy?
All right, so I view the regulators from not a manufacturing perspective, but from a developer's perspective. So we're not antagonistic, and we definitely work with regulators not only in Korea, but elsewhere in the world. For us, it is really about identifying what we call the regulatory pathway. So again, thinking that we want a vaccine that will be approved in a country, so say Korea or India, and that we would then like it to be approved or pre-qualified by WHO. That's important because once you have WHO pre-qualification, any UN agency can purchase it. Before you have WHO pre-qualification, you may be able to use it in the country where it's approved or countries where it is approved, but you won't be able to get large-scale purchases. And if you want a vaccine for global health to address a global problem, say with Shigella, you do want there to be an ability for UNICEF to purchase vaccine and distribute it. So we always have that ultimate aim of having pre-qualification. The only countries that can refer vaccines for WHO pre-qualification are those who meet a minimum regulatory standard, which used to be called functional, but now we call it maturity level 3. And actually, the fact that you had vaccines here, that you did fill and finish of COVID vaccines during the pandemic, means that your regulatory authority has some capabilities already. It turns out during pandemics in particular, you need to have cooperation between companies, laboratories, and the regulators in order to make sure that we don't lose time, because of course the pandemic is a time when there's extraordinary pressure to get vaccines developed quickly. So all of this means that the regulatory authority has to have preset plans in place in order to be able to review things more quickly. Many of the regulatory authorities also did something called concurrent review, which meant that usually we submit something to the FDA or the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. They have a period of time where they review it and tell us stop, or tell us, well, come in and talk to us because we have an issue with this. But during a pandemic, you are doing things and submitting regulatory
other has got a thicker shell and less oil. But not only does it have less oil, it also has less fruit, right? And there's another, which is what they called, what is that, pokok jantan, or male flower. It only produces male flowers, it produces no fruit. So there's zero yield. So strictly speaking, all of the commercial oil palm out in the commercial plantations should be the Tenera variety with a thin shell, right? And previously, we would not know until the tree starts fruiting, and then we cut and see if it's got a thin or thick shell. And because of that, even the cerium standards at that time, since there was no way of telling, it allowed like a 5% contamination with the non-Tenera. The Tenera is the commercial variety, right? But since we discovered this technology, we developed a diagnostic assay where we can, as early as the seed stage, know what we are planting. So we thought, hooray, we've got it. Industry is going to be very happy. So we ourselves did a test of a national survey of the palms, and we found that the palms in Malaysia, there was a 12.8% contamination with non-Tenera palms. And that translates to more than 4 billion ringgit losses every year. Not forgetting the land use efficiency and all that. So, and yet, the uptake, industry is not that keen on taking it up. Part of the reason is that you plant it today, you only see your results 7 years down the road. So they don't want to immediately spend money to something else. So the question is, and also cerium standards. Now that we have a technology, we would accept cerium standards to come below 5%, because at that time they didn't know, so they said, okay, not too high, not too low, we leave it at 5. Now we can, with almost 100% certainty, know what we're planting. So you would expect the national regulatory standards to also evolve with research, with discovery, but it does not, So it still goes to yesterday's limitations rather than today's capabilities. So when a technology has got such national value, then should the government step in with policies, mandates? I think definitely so. I mean, if Malaysia is losing billions, And I'm very happy to say that Sol Palm is under the mission-oriented initiative under the Academy of Sciences, and we hope that some of these issues can be resolved. Thank you.
Last but not least, Dr. Jerome, the last question, I think. How do you see a collective regional initiative enabling each country to build on its respective strength and collectively prepare for future outbreak?
That's an interesting question because IVI is doing its 5-year strategy, and actually the regional ecosystems is one of the key strategic initiatives. And it's interesting because every region is slightly different. So if we focus on ASEAN, for instance, ASEAN has vaccine manufacturers. ASEAN has regulatory authorities that have achieved ML3. Actually, Singapore is ML4, which is the highest level, like the US FDA. It has amazingly good research laboratories and capabilities. And so as you start thinking about this ecosystem, what are we missing in the regional ecosystem? And ASEAN has the ASEAN Vaccine Security and Self-Reliance Planning Group. I think for vaccines, it's located in Thailand. I was told Malaysia is actually in charge of pharmaceuticals, and Indonesia is in charge of diagnostics. So ASEAN has a plan, which is great. But then it's also not only regional security, but it's also national security. So there have to be sufficient agreements and trust that if Thailand develops a vaccine, that it will share with other countries in the region in a time of need. There's also for instance, the Malaysian plan to become more self-sufficient in vaccines. And so how do you move all of these together? So there has to be trust. There has to be some common overall strategy that all the countries will buy into, or enough of the countries will buy into. There needs to be some mechanism for communication. And then finally, from the IVI perspective, a lot of times our questions concern funding, because we have the ability to go through technology and say, actually often to professors or small biotechs, we're not sure that this is a commercially viable approach. Maybe you should consider exactly as Dr. Ai said. I mean, because it's always the greatest idea by the smartest person, and of course it's going to work, and of course someone will make it, and someone will make a lot of money from it. But in fact, it does depend, and it often comes down to who is going to fund this. And so part of what we do, I think, if we had a superpower, it would be the ability to get other interested funders aligned on a project. So, for instance, in Africa, they haven't made a vaccine, actually manufactured from scratch, a vaccine in Africa, since yellow fever was introduced to the Institut Pasteur Dakar in the 1920s. So we're working with a small South African manufacturer to actually manufacture cholera vaccine. And they're now at phase 3, so they have to show that their vaccine is equivalent to the vaccine that's manufactured in Korea. And if they do that, then they have a vaccine that can go forward and actually be manufactured and approved and sold for use in all over the world, wherever there's cholera. That's an important step. But in order to do that, we needed 4 different funders. And actually for phase 3, 3 different funders. And identifying those funders, working with them, securing the funding, and getting them to align on funding certain parts of certain things, but assuring that there was total funding available for everything is what we do. Equally then in ASEAN, it's, you have amazing companies, you have good research universities. What do you want to make? Do you want to make something that will compete against an Indian company that makes 100 million doses of this vaccine a year? Do you want to make something specific for the region? And I'll just, not to say that this is commercially viable, but a leptospirosis vaccine, because it's a fairly common disease, particularly in the region. But in order to do that, we need a diagnostic. And so so there are all these things where if you think about it, there could be efforts that are regionally coordinated. And IVI in its regional strategy will work with ASEAN countries on clinical trials preparedness. We'll do clinical trials in countries. We'll work with companies that want to receive products and technology transfer. We'll try to identify funders, countries, and foundations that will work in order to secure vaccine manufacturing, sustainable vaccine manufacturing capability. And I think that's the key. It's working, knowing what the country wants, but understanding also what the region needs, and particularly in regions that are very cohesive, where there's a little more coordination than there is, for instance, in the Pan American Health Organization, in Latin America. But ASEAN has that, and I think IVI's strategy is to identify and work with partners in order to facilitate national and regional plans around vaccine security.
As we bring this forum to close, I want to express my deepest appreciation to our distinguished panelists, to Dr. David, Dr. Raviga, Dr. Jerome. Thank you for your time, your openness, and for sharing such invaluable expertise with us. As we wrap up today's sessions, we are also mindful that in just a few days, Malaysia will celebrate its 1969th Independence Days. The spirit of America is rooted in resilience, self-reliance, and coming together to build a better future. The groundbreaking work discussed here, advancing research, local innovation, and scientific capability, is a true reflection of that same spirit. Thank you once again to our speakers and to all of you in the audience for your active participation. I wish everyone a wonderful remaining conference and early selamat Hari Merdeka ke-69. Terima kasih. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anwar. May I invite our moderator and speaker to stay on stage to receive the token of appreciation. We're pleased to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Nor Azmi bin Muhammad, subject matter experts from NIBM, to give the token of appreciation to our moderator and panelists. May I invite Mr. David Ai. Thanks. I would like to invite Dr. Ragiva Devi to receive our token of appreciation. followed by Dr. Jerome. And lastly, our moderator, Dr. Muhammad Anwar Jonet. Thank you very much to our esteemed moderator and panelists. We hope you enjoyed the session so far. Before we go to the last segment, we are also incredibly proud to have some of the Malaysian leading scientific minds with us in the room today. Among of them is academician Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Dr. Augustine Ong Seng Hock, a pioneering Malaysian chemist widely recognized as the father of Malaysia palm oil. We are also really next, Professor Noor Azmi. He also a professor of molecular immunology at the School of Health Science, University Science Malaysia. And also we also have with us today, academician Professor Emeritus Dato' Paduka Dr. Hadijah Muhammad Yusof. She is our virologist and also academic leader by our academic leader. Okay, let us go to our final session today with the title Building National Resilience, Harnessing Biotechnology for a Sustainable Future. For this session, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Ong Chun Hung, Manager Ecosystem from Moranti, with over 15 years of experience in sustainable biotechnology, halal vaccine production and technology commercialization in health tech and food security. Joining the discussion, Mr. Gilbert Lau Sei Kung, Research Officer and also Chief Digital Officer, Sarawak Biodiversity Centre. He has over 20 years of experience in biodiversity research, bioinformatics and ICT infrastructure, contributing to significant projects involving blockchain traceability and machine learning. Next, Next, we would like to invite Ms. Sarah Rivega Dizen, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Orbis Policy Consulting. She specializes in biotechnology governance and food security and played the key role in Malaysian National Cultivated Meat Feasible Study. And lastly, Ms. Noor Shazrina Ishaq, the CEO of BioAngle Vet Syndrome Berhad. As the CEO of BioAngle Vet Syndrome Berhad, she had won the APAC Best Award 2025 Grand Prix for her contribution to biotechnology commercialization. Once again, for the benefit of our audience, QR code is available on the screen. We encourage you to scan the code and submit your question before or during the session. Mr. Ong, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. We're here to talk about national resilience, harnessing biotechnology for a sustainable future. So I think a lot of us should be quite familiar with biotechnology, from the humble tempeh that we eat every day at home, to something like the vaccine that we have, that we take to protect ourselves. And also, in terms of policy in Malaysia, we have had the National Biotechnology Policy since 2005, and we have recently renewed it with the National Biotechnology Policy 2.0. So that shows us that we actually have quite a lot of policy and structural support from the government for biotechnology here. And I'm joined here today by a very excellent panel who covers areas from biodiversity to policy and also to the actual company on the ground who's deploying solutions. And so maybe I would like to start with Mr. Gilbert, who is the Research Officer and Chief Digital Officer of the Sarawak Biodiversity Centre. So, Mr. Gilbert, Malaysia is one of the world's mega diverse countries or mega biodiverse countries, as we might call it. And Sarawak holds a substantial share of that biodiversity. Yet biodiversity on its own is not an industry. We can't monetize necessarily just the natural resources that we have that we don't exploit. So from the center's experience, what are the practical steps required for us to convert a natural resource that just exists there into a commercial product? And how far has Sarawak's model of documenting, screening, and then partnering been able to carry a product towards a discovery towards market?
Thank you. Sarawak's biodiversity is undoubtedly one of its greatest strengths. Like what you said, biodiversity itself is not an industry. So having rich biological resources is one thing. Turning them into products that are scientifically proven, commercially viable, and market ready is another. And that journey is usually long, costly, and challenging. So that's why Sarawak have put in the necessary legislation and governance to regulate access to biological resources, protect traditional knowledge, and also ensure prior informed consent and fair benefit sharing with the communities. So these together created the foundation needed for research, partnership, and also investment. So at SPC, our approach starts with knowledge and people. Indigenous community in Sarawak have accumulated generations of knowledge on the use of biological resources. And these often provided valuable leads for our research. We then apply scientific screening and validation to assess whether there is any potential in areas such as health and also wellness. And of course, biodiscovery is just the first step. Moving from promising findings in the lab into a product that is ready on the market, that is when partnership becomes critical. So the scientific, the researchers or the research institution contribute the science and innovation, and the industry bring in the investments, the expertise, and also the market ready to bring a product to scale. One important part of our model is that we seek to engage the community in the value chain. So where possible, we encourage them to participate in the value chain as maybe a raw material provider as the discovery move towards commercialization. So our model, I can say that we're still evolving, and there's certainly room for improvement. But ultimately, we are not just looking at commercializing biodiversity, but we want to build an ecosystem or an environment to so that biodiversity, science, and also the industry and communities can work together to build a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Maybe next on to you, Puan Sarani. So moving on from that topic of biodiversity and the exploitation of our natural resources, we come now to the topic of the bioeconomy. So with the bioeconomy, of course, we've had this, the bioeconomy agenda for well over a decade. As mentioned earlier, we've had the National Biotechnology Policy. We've supported it with various strategies, agencies, and targets. And while we have made progress in the area of biotechnology, we haven't quite seen the scale of industry yet that we would like to. And from there, maybe you could share some of your insights with us. What do you feel like the main challenges were? Because you obviously would have seen quite a number of companies, and you would see the policy side of things as well. So what are the challenges that are rooted in policy design or in implementation? And what are the key lessons we can apply when we want to shape the next strategy moving forward?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ong. Okay, when we are discussing about the policy part, okay, so first we can start, let's look back at the history. we started from 2005, the National Biotech Policy 1.0. Okay, if you ask me, I would say that policy, it was quite successful because we established the ecosystem of biotech in Malaysia. Okay, all our very good scientists and our infrastructure, like, our research institute, everything was established during the NPB 1.0. But after that, when we started with National Biotech Policy 2.0 in 2022, so in that policy, yes, we discussed about bio-innovation and how biotech can contribute to the GDP and all that. But there's a gap in how are we going to scale up the product, okay? So now from pilot to scaling up, how are they going to move forward? And what is the gap that we can see in that is, like, now we are looking into how much we are going to innovate, what we are going to innovate, but where is the market? Where is the demand? So I think it's time for us to move from innovation into a very market-oriented product. Okay, so that we should capture where is our competitive advantage, where we can realistically capture the market. So for that, I think we need to, address our national challenges, for example, food security, climate change, waste management. So from that, we can...
Animal vaccine by Anglovax. So, Puan Nur Syazrina, you're running a Malaysian biotechnology company, not describing a biotechnology company. You're actually on the ground, experiencing the challenges of being a biotechnology, innovator in Malaysia. So, help take us behind the scenes, if you can, in terms of financing, in terms of regulatory approval, in terms of actually building up the manufacturing capabilities, and moving on then to getting into the market. So from all of these challenges, which was the area where you had the biggest set of challenges, and how did you overcome these challenges?
All right. So I think I would like to share my journey, right? Not just my journey, but also BAV itself. It's 13 years journey. It's not easy. That's a commercialization journey, not include the R&D itself. We are manufacturing company, which is BioAngle is focusing on manufacturing company of the vaccine. And we manufacture the first intraneonatal spray vaccine in the world. And the challenge during that time, we don't have the GMP, like how Dr. Jerome said. GMP is killing people. Yeah, it's almost killing us during that time, and we want this site to set up the facility. But I'm lucky, during that time we have a lot of support. But I just want to share with you how I overcome it. When I start my journey with BioAngle Vaccine Sdn Bhd, during that time when I joined the BioAngle 2019, I still remember, before we just hit COVID-19, all right? Okay, so during that time, when the professor met me, he said to me, Ina, I already have the order. Oh, you already have the order? I said, that's how Ms. Sarani said, how important the order. Because when we have the order, it's firm that what we are doing, there's demand already. But of course, to get the order is not easy. During that time, how we did to get the order, to manage at least pre-order, is to do the preclinical and field trial. The journey of R&D itself took almost 25 years. From 1986, when the professors start to study about the disease. And not just about the study about the disease, how it impact the community and the people in the world. Like our vaccine is for pneumonia, for goat and sheep. Every day we can see a lot of goat and sheep die to the pneumonia. Actually, when during transportation, we call it the famous shipping fever. Okay, actually maybe half of the livestock will die due to pneumonia. Not just during shipping, but also during the raining season. It's a lung disease. So when the prof study it, it's not just about disease, but okay, who are using this vaccine? Farmer, right? So who are going to vaccinate the animal? I live in the mountain. How come our Dr. Vet want to come to me, right? So that's why professor think about, it's not just about preventing the disease, but how this product can be invented, easy to be used, and easy to be kept. So that's why after 25 years, it's patented and BAV bought. And the second challenge is the upscaling and do the preclinical trial and everything. So the preclinical trial also almost take 1 to 3 years before we get the result of the mass application. From maybe during the laboratories testing, it's just for 300 goats. But during the field trial, we sample 4,000 animals, 5,000 animals, and it costs a lot of money. Also in very time-consuming. But the result proof what we have done in the lab can be changed the world. So when we got the first order for during that time, was in Nigeria and also from China. That's where we start our dreams to set up the facility. During that time, I think we spent almost 2 years to find where the facility that can be produce our vaccine. There is no available facility vaccine in Malaysia. And then we decide, okay, we made it on our own. But we are lucky, we have MTDC who support us during that time, Mara, okay, to support in terms of the setup of the facility. It also take almost 2 to 3 years. And during COVID some more. And all over the world are ordering the same thing, fermenter, bioreactor, and we compete with all the big giants. So I still remember, the last machine arrived, took almost 1 year to arrive. And then after that, we have to commissioning and testing the facility. Also taking another 1 year to get the certifications. So after that, what we did, not stop yet. Yes, even though during that time we still already have ordered 30 million USD in hand, but cannot sell yet. The money is there, but cannot come. Okay, we have to settle the registrations. And the registration is, we have to follow world standard. Like in animal health care, we have to follow World Health Organization, which is World Organization of Animal Health Care. So it's a world standard, basically it's based on the European Union. So it's a world standard. It's not easy, we have to follow. But accordingly to the standard, we follow it and we comply it. Within 3 years, we complete the facility and we got the certification within 4 years. And our facility actually is the first in Southeast Asia to produce the bacteria-based vaccine in ASEAN. So we have to proud that Malaysia now, we have the facility. Without the support from the government agency, we cannot do it. But what I can say is, yes, it starts from the dreams, but actually when we start to implement it, it can benefit everybody, not just my company. And then the final stage. And we are now BAV at the final stage, which is registration of the products. And also takes a lot of time. We just got licensed last year, finally, after 13 years, okay? And now in the process of registration in overseas. And these are the second challenges. It's not easy to bring, when we talk about the vaccine, it's about we bring bacteria, we bring the virus. But in the case of our vaccine, it's bacteria. How we want to bring this sample to other countries? So that's why now the government support and intervention is very important. We cannot do simply just enter. During that time, I really got some support, but it's company initiative to get the support from the embassy and also consulate to go and meet the minister and all the authority to show how good the sample. And you see how this journey, almost 13 years. And this is the hardest challenges, is financial. I think the last session also they said about funding, right? We are also same. Most of the funding that available in Malaysia only for startup. That in our case is for the set up the facility. How about the next? Actually, the final stage currently that we are facing, which is registration. So we have to really do a lot of things. Like me, we open for any joint venture, collaborations, and also looking for other funds. But it's challenging because in ASEAN, we not so many exposure for that funding. So, but because we are the pioneer, we move forward, keep on believing, trust the process, and here we are. We almost complete the registration in overseas. Yeah, that is our journey and how we face all the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gina. That is a very fascinating insight into the journey that one Malaysian biotech company takes. But it also gives us a very good insight into how long the process is, especially when it comes to something like biotechnology. It's not something that you set up a factory for and then you start producing and you get an immediate ROI. You still have your regulatory process to go through. You still have certifications to get. And these all will take a lot of time and money. And I think that's exactly as you say, that funding gap is sometimes the biggest challenge that you need to navigate. Thank you very much again for sharing your experience with us. And now we come back to Mr. Gilbert. Coming on to this part where basically we also want to explore now the commercial use of biodiversity here in Malaysia. So any commercial use of our biodiversity raises the question of who benefits, especially where indigenous and traditional knowledge is involved. So from there, how do you build a system in which communities meaningfully participate in and gain benefits from the value while the industry is still finding the way or the means to build a commercially viable project moving forward with that biodiversity product? And how can Malaysia's access and benefit sharing framework be better optimized to enable investment, to encourage investment into these programs, while also protecting local interests?
From SPC experience, communities, researchers, and industries all bring something valuable to the table. So the question is not really about who should really benefit, but is about the main challenge is to create a system where everyone benefits from the partnership. So for us, that's why we see access and benefit sharing is more than a regulatory requirement. It is a way of building trust and long-term partnership. Communities are more willing to participate when they know that their knowledge and contribution are acknowledged and also recognized or respected. And at the same time, the industry benefits from greater certainty and a trusted framework for collaboration. And also benefit sharing is more than just royalties or financial returns. It can also include capacity building, technology transfer, employment opportunities, or even participating in a value chain. So in some of our projects, we actually encourage the participation of the communities in building their capacity to provide quality materials. And that is when we can encourage them to participate more actively in the value chain. So as of ABS Malaysia, I do think that currently it does facilitate the commercialization, and it is an enabler because it provides an assurance that the biological resources are legally assessed and that benefits are shared to the rightful stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And then now, Puan Serani. When we talk about the sustainable future, sustainable manufacturing, sustainable anything these days, we need to sort of look at the whole ecosystem, the entire value chain. And when we look at the pressures that we are looking at today, I think when we talked about, or rather what some of the other sessions have talked about, is that there are some key pressures that Malaysia is facing and will be facing very soon. We are looking at an aging population. We're looking at food import dependency, food security, which is something that I think is a very important topic, no matter what time. That was brought to the fore during COVID, especially when a lot of movement of people and goods was restricted. And then we found out, oh wow, we actually need a lot of these foreign inputs. And that created a lot of pressure for us then to increase our food independence, and also how we can create a sustainable industry out of the entirety of it. So seeing as you sit across multi-sectors, you sit across health, agriculture, trade, and environment, how can we create cross-cutting agendas? And how do we encourage cross-ministerial participation and collaboration, where we sometimes see a little bit of a conflict of who should be taking charge of these things? How would you lead these things?
Okay, so for this question, when it comes to biotech field, I think this is a very challenging part because biotech is a very dynamic field. Okay, I mean, we do a lot of things and we call everything as biotech, right? Like even waste management, agriculture, health, everything comes under the biotech industry. But I also want to say that, the governance should evolve as the industry matures, okay? So we must see how we can keep evolving the governance. For example, now we always use the term bioeconomy, correct? Okay, it's good that we use the term bioeconomy, but there's so much more depth into the term bioeconomy. Okay, so for example, what is the value chain? Who are the actors in the value chain? Where is the competitive advantage in this value chain? How are we going to create a demand for the product? So all this comes under the bioeconomy term. So what I would suggest is after this, I think we also need to bring MITI into this Ministry of Trade. Of course, Musti will be always the captain of the ship, but I think we also should start interacting with MITI so that, they can give us a more practical suggestion, like, where is economically, where is it like more feasible, where is exactly the customer demand and all this. So I think we should start working closely with MITI. And for bioeconomy, we need a more robust and structured framework. Now everyone is familiar with the term bioeconomy, but we need a more sharper definition of bioeconomy. What is bioeconomy? And also, what are the how a regulatory environment should be, so that, the actors in the chain, they can be prepared earlier. Because now what happens is, scientists, they work, and then after they want to commercialize, then only they get to know, oh, we have to apply for this, apply for that. All this, they also get shocked, and it takes so much time for them to prepare for that. So I think if we have a more robust bioeconomy framework, it will prepare everyone earlier to get into the chain. Yes, that's all.
Thank you, Puan Serani. So basically, we need to, number one, sharpen up that definition of what the bioeconomy means. And also we need to bring in a lot more people, and we need to sort of prepare our industry before they actually come in to bring in their research. We actually want them to be aware of what that regulatory environment is, how they should be able to navigate it, and also maybe we need to have a little bit of additional guidance, perhaps, in terms of how we want to, say, bring these companies out into the commercial scale. Yeah. Thank you. Now, moving on to Puan Sasrina again. In Malaysia, we import a significant share of what we eat. And that, again, is quite a dependence, and that challenges our food resilience. On top of that, it's also an economic problem where we are dependent upon the fluctuation of things like the currency and what our trade partner would like to sell to us or not. And how much of that vulnerability then is addressable through animal health or through biotechnology in animal health and crop productivity or food processing? So maybe you could give us a sort of better idea of how a company like BioAngle Vax helps Malaysia address some of these problems.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, of course, like we BioAngle Vax, because we are focusing vaccines, right, is a part of food security. When we talk about food security, yeah, we're always talking, the issue now is not enough food, not enough egg, how to produce more food, how to produce more crop, how to make sure is everything enough. And then we think how to make sure this, our crops can survive during the raining season or drought season, right? When we talk about how Mr. Rainey said just now, the ecosystem, sometimes what I can see based on my experience, in fact, when we have a meeting with also government agency, yes, I know we want to solve the most problem issue. The problem issue is not enough food. But when we study, why it's happened like that? We have a vast of land, keep also doing planting, and also like, for example, for livestock industry. I think if we talk about animal livestock, we import a lot. When we ask about why our farmers cannot hurt our own animal, and when we go from one state to another state, the problem is not about not enough food. The problem is disease. And sometimes it's unpredictable. Sometimes when the season comes, everything gone within one day, and then they give up. And when we ask, why you cannot treat early or not enough medicines? So what happening actually, Malaysia have that problem in disease. So what I can see is if we can focus on disease prevention, it's also a part of the food security agenda. And if we really focus, develop it maybe 20 years ago, now maybe we have our own drugs for animal, our own any supplement for, maybe for crops also have a lot of disease, but we still import. But I think like Mr. Gilbert, they start with the alternative. I can see now people are start using alternative to prevent their crops or their animals to get affected from the disease. So I can see is if we want to really harness our future, actually in the food security industry, we have to focus on the disease prevention. And when we talk about disease prevention, we have a lot of innovations in Malaysia. UPM, Universiti Putra Malaysia itself, I've been told that they have around 2,000 patents. And I believe all related to agriculture. But how we want to make sure these 2,000 patents can be commercialized? And what the support they need? If we have the real ecosystem platform, maybe corporations, and within a few agencies, not just MITI and others, and supporting from the regulatory, we can push all this product to make sure our countries can contribute for this food security and also give impact not just in Malaysia but into the global. That's what I can say. How we can, the uncertainty is there actually. What I can see now when there's back 2019 we have pandemic, and then every country affected by import and export, and people are okay, we have to have strengthening our food security, and now war also some more, right? So how about us? So I think if we start focusing on the disease prevention for both livestock and also crop, I can believe we can have our own livestock, not really depending on the import. Of course, we have to import because it's not enough. But we not really, if let's say there's suddenly lockdown all over the world, what we have then, right? So it's a time now. Even though it takes some time, but we have to start really, and push all our products to be in the market, ready in the market.
Thank you, Puan Shazrina. Yes, I think we are all familiar with the term prevention is better than cure. So definitely, and the mention of lockdown, I think I saw a few people shivering in fear again. No, I think we are all hopeful that there won't be any more lockdowns around the world. So finally, we're coming back to Mr. Gilbert again. As the Sarawak Biodiversity Centre's Chief Digital Officer, let's look at the digital side for a moment. How much can data sequencing and computational screening shorten what has traditionally been a very slow discovery cycle? I think we heard earlier from Puan Shazrina, 13 years to bring a product to the market. A lot of resilience from the company side, but not everyone has that sort of resilience. So how does an entity like Sarawak Biodiversity Centre, how do we help in terms of that? When we digitize our biodiversity, how do we ensure that strong data governance is put in place so that when we create value, downstream value is protected and it is also protected when we go back up to the source? So I think we are sort of familiar with sometimes international pirates coming to take our biodiversity and then commercializing it outside of our borders, and Malaysia will not get any benefits. So how can we ensure that things like that don't happen?
Okay, thanks. Digital technologies are definitely changing the game. I think in the past, when we want to bring something, we want to discover a useful compound, it takes years of field collection and laboratory work. And now with tools such as DNA sequencing, bioinformatics, and AI, it definitely helps us to find the promising lead much earlier and also help focus our effort more effectively. I think it still doesn't replace laboratory work because you still need those laboratory work to validate your in silico results and whatnot. But it does help us to move faster and make better decisions. So the question now is no longer whether we should digitize or we should not digitize, because that is the way the world is moving towards. But I think the most important question now is how do we ensure that values created from that data continues to benefit back to Malaysia? So I think that is the question that we need to ask ourselves when we enter into collaboration, when we do digitization effort, when we make this data available to the public, or to what is the real intention behind, who are we actually benefiting? I mean, the plus side is that the community benefits as a whole. But if we are not moving fast enough in also tackling, looking at commercialization, eventually people can use those data to commercialize faster than you. So it is quite a difficult challenge, but definitely I would say that digital technologies is the way forward. At NSBC, we are already exploring that by incorporating blockchain technologies into ensuring better or improving traceability and also transparency in access and benefit sharing. In the end of the day, we want to be able to answer where we get our resources from and whether the benefits has been shared back to the rightful stakeholders. So I do think that while looking at digitization, you also have to look at governance. And this digitization and good governance must go hand in hand. We want to encourage research, innovation, and also collaboration, while at the same time ensuring that our biodiversity, our traditional knowledge, and also national interests are appropriately safeguarded. So the same principle that guide the physical access or responsible use of biological resources should also guide how our biodiversity data is assessed and utilized. So if we get that balance right, digitization can be a very powerful tool for biodiscovery. And in the end of the day, this will help us strengthen our bioeconomy and also create value from our biodiversity.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And that is before we even bring the topic of AI into accelerating all of this work for everyone. But traceability and transparency is a very important topic, I think, especially when we want to talk about penetrating international markets. That is definitely one of the forefront sort of topics when we talk about bringing our products overseas. So that's definitely one of the most helpful things that we can look at when we want to commercialize our products. So then moving on to Puan Sarani. When we talk about policy goals and practical tools, which policy levers genuinely move a bioeconomy? Are they tax incentives? Are they public procurement encouragements? Or are they mandatory standards, feedstock or biomass utilization requirements, sort of like what we see maybe in our biodiesel standards, or guaranteed offtake? So if you could deploy only 2 of these solutions over the next 5 years, which one of these solutions would you prefer and why?
Okay, so for this question, the 2 things that I would choose is the public procurement and also feedstock utilization. Okay, when we talk about the incentive, I think we have already given so much of incentive, like for example, even under bioeconomy, last time Biotech Corp, known as Biotech Corp, they gave this BioNexus status, and there's I think so many accelerator programs and everything, but still the companies, they are struggling to, when it comes to scaling up. Okay, they are all still in SME levels, there's no big industry yet, because there's no demand. So that's why we need, government support in the procurement to create the demand. For example, there's some, for example, let's say there's a scientist creating a waste management thing using a microbe. So who can purchase that? Only government can purchase that, right? Like individual, we can't purchase that. So that is why I feel there's important after this to have some government intervention, government procurement, so we can create the demand and we can start moving from a innovation-led strategy to a market-led strategy. Now we already have all the capability. We have the infrastructure, we have, of course, funding, even if not that much, we have that funding. We have a regulatory sandbox from RANTI, we have world-class scientists in Malaysia, everything we have. So, but now the question is how we are going to convert our capability into demand. So for that, we need the procurement. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very, very insightful in terms of how we should be encouraging these, how we should be directing and encouraging these activities. And so maybe the final question for Puan Shazrina today. We're looking at how Malaysia can build viable export markets. So coming from the perspective of a growing biotech company, what capabilities do we need to strengthen our companies in order for them to be able to compete internationally? Do we need certification? Do we need standards in other markets? Are we looking at scale, or is it distribution partners or capital that is patient enough? Like you mentioned earlier, you had to wait 13 years. So what are the sort of biggest encouragements that we can give to our companies in order to help them grow and to be able to push them to be able to export into the international stage?
Yeah, I think for us to being able to export our products as a biotech product, mostly the most important is the compliance, regulatory approval. I would like to agree with Ms. Sarani if we can have like give the intensive training. I think we do have, but the exposure not so much. Maybe just focus for those who are really at the stage of commercialization. But this one we need to give exposure from the beginning to all the innovators, what the journey, how to commercialize, what the regulatory approval pathway that we have to go through in order to make sure our products can be accepted, can be registered in other countries. That's the first, to understand the regulatory pathway. Second, how much it costs. Because it's not just about costing to do the testing, to do upscaling, to manufacturing, but the time frame. How long it takes? 10 years, 20 years. Do we have the money for that? Then we can have the ecosystem for the fund. I can say the fund is, of course, the big issue when we start to commercialize. I can say yes, in bioeconomy, in MTDC itself, mostly, we have a lot of funding that's supporting startup. But the ecosystem until to that level only. How about to the next? So I would like to encourage or give some idea how, that's what I have learned from other technology park and also some when we did India. India very advanced and very fast in medical also. And then we've been to Russia. Okay, when I got APEC Best Award last year, I have been visit their vaccine manufacturing plant, then got the funding from sovereign funds, not just from the local government, but from outside. But of course, the supported from the government initiative. So maybe what I can say is, maybe we can, if we really want to go for commercializations, the government should see the whole ecosystem, not just for startup, okay, but the whole system from Series A to Series B to Series C. Maybe we can start to incorporate all the maybe multinational company to become a strategic investor. I know most of the GLC, most of multinational company or institutional government investor mostly invest on the Series C when you are become already mezzanine, already take off. But how about in the middle? So this part, we really need to identify who are the strategic partner. So this one, I really hope the government can take this part. And the second is, of course, the market access. Okay, for the market access, maybe, yeah, the government can support in terms of the MITI and everything, right? But of course, also we need to have like training to understand the market itself. Like me in VAV, even though yes, the government have, okay, where you want to go? Right, you want to go to Japan, you want to go where? But we, VAV, we have to understand, to study which country is needed. And then how about regulatory approval? In the case of the vaccine, we focus more on which the livestock are the most. That's why we focus on ASEAN and also Central Asia and also Africa. And then the second part is which one have the harmonized regulation, harmonized recognition of regulatory. So it can accept each other, the regulatory. So easy for us to market access. So that is what in my industry, in biotech, that I think we need to focus on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Puan Shazrina. So before we wrap up our session, we have one question for the whole panel. So looking at the mission to market theme of NICE 26, what is the single most urgent change needed in Malaysia's ecosystem, whether funding, policy or R&D collaboration, to ensure our biotech sector builds true national resilience over the next 5 years? So I think parts of this have been touched on variously by everyone, but maybe if we could go around the table, as it were, maybe we could start with Mr. Gilbert, if you have some words to share.
I do think that we can perhaps relook at the funding mechanism. Although I do aware that there are still funding available, especially at different stages of the commercialization, but I think majority in the Malaysia context, the first hurdle, the proof of concept is still a huge gap, it's still a hurdle. Especially when you talk about bioeconomy, if you're really looking into developing local resources, a lot of proof of concept needs to be done, and that usually entails a lot of money to ensure that your products or your formulation actually works. And not to mention now that we also have the Act 795 in force. So we cannot just look at commercialization per se. We have to look at supply chain and whether that supply chains involve the communities, and then also looking at how do you actually operationalize access and benefit sharing. Because anything that now when screens or labeled as uniquely Malaysia or even Sarawak, it entails a series of regulatory policies that you need to follow through. You have to look into that. So I do think that funding perhaps it's one of the immediate things that we can relook at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And Puan Sarani?
Okay, so my point of view is the market access, demand, because I believe that no matter even if we give them the full funding, policy, if everything is perfect also, if there's no taker, if there's no customer, there's no demand, I mean, it's going to fail. So now we have to move towards our innovation. Where is the demand? And we have to innovate based on the demand. So we have to look, basically we have to work backward now. See where is our national problem, food security, climate change, waste management, all this. We have to address all that. Then we have to see where's the demand and innovate based on that. So that it will grow into a bigger industry.
Thank you, Puan Sarani. And Puan Shazrina, sorry. Maybe your parting thoughts?
All right. In the case of VAV, we need all, but of course, at the current stage, funding is the most crucial. Like I say, I think that one conclusion I can say. But even though the funding is the challenges, please never stop dreaming, because last 20 years when I took my course bioinformatics, people don't know what is bioinformatics, right? But now, AI is everywhere. You can just click, and then you can do DNA sequencing. Not like me last time, 20 years ago. I need to learn Python, I need to learn genetic engineering, I need to learn a lot of things to understand the policy, everything. But now, everything are just in your fingertips. So I hope whatever the challenges is here, we just keep moving and chase your dreams until it's success. Because biotech is marathon, it's not a simple, but all the ecosystem, funding, policy, and market access is the most crucial because it's incurred a lot of investment. So we need a combination with all those three to make sure we success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for sharing your views on how we can all work together to build a sustainable future using biotechnology. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much. As a token of appreciation for the insight this afternoon, we are pleased to invite Puan Sin Lee Tan, Study Director of Animal Research Center, NIBM, to give a token of appreciation to our moderator and speaker. We begin with Mr. Ong Chun Hu, the moderator for the session today. Next, Puan Nur Shazrina Ishak. Followed by Puan Sarani. And last but not least, Mr. Gilbert Lau Sei Kung. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in giving a warm round of applause to our distinguished speakers. Before we wrap up, we appreciate if you could take a moment to share your feedback through the QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day 2 afternoon program. Before you leave, we invite you to join us for some afternoon refreshment at Hall 6. Please do take a moment to enjoy drinks and some light refreshment before you head home. And don't forget, we still have one more day of exciting session tomorrow. Tomorrow's session will focus on scaling Malaysia innovation to the world. In other words, memacu inovasi Malaysia ke dunia, exploring market outcome, adopting cross-border investment, and building Malaysian champion capable of competing in the global stage. We hope you join us again tomorrow. For more information and full program, please visit the NICE website at nice.mosti.gov.my. My name is Hidayah, and it has been my pleasure being your host for the afternoon. Thank you everyone, and enjoy the rest of NICE 2026. Thank you.